Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to Live at the Waterhole, and it is busy as ever. This is the busiest I've seen the Jamala Waterhole at the beginning of our time together. Oh, elephants all around, some totally submerging themselves in that good, gorgeous, cool mud. Got some zebra in the back, buffalo as well. It is all happening. It's Sunday morning party time. It's not your usual party time, but in the bush, as you can clearly see, Sunday morning is the time to party. It's me, Trishala, by the way, and I'm here to help you through Live at the Waterhole, answer any questions that you may have, point out some interesting behavior, and of course, give you good long moments of silence to really immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of nature. And we've got lots of different waterholes that we can visit. To start off, we've just got the four. We've got Jamala here in Madikwe Game Reserve. We've got the Okakuyo Waterhole in Etosha National Park in Namibia, but we've also got King's Camp in the Timbavati, and of course, the home of WildEarth, the Djuma Dam Camp up in the Sabi Sand. And then once 12 o'clock or midday here in South Africa rolls around, we'll be joined by Africam and their amazing array of cams situated across Africa. Now, like I said, I'm here to answer any questions you may have, so you can send us questions by heading over to our website, wildearth.tv, and registering. And that's because we're live and interactive, because that's what we do. If you want to just sit back and relax and enjoy your little window into the African bush on a Sunday morning, which I think is a fantastic way to start off your day, nice and easy, then you're welcome to do that too, because during Live at the Waterhole, we adopt the pace of nature. We take things slow. On Sunday mornings, strangely, I always find that we get quite a lot of questions. So if you want to send questions, please keep them coming. But for now, we're going to settle in and just enjoy what we're seeing here, because this is lovely. This is when you really see young elephants start to show personality. They're very comfortable now. All the adults are comfortable, and that makes the calves more comfortable. And although at first this was all about cooling down, it's become about playing. All right, before we get properly settled in, let's head over to have a look at the weather across the various locations. Scorcher all round indeed, and that makes total sense considering what we're watching here. Everyone's trying to get whatever they can out of the waterhole, and the elephants, they have taken over the Jamala waterhole here in Madikwe. All the others waiting at the edges. The buffalo maybe want to come down to drink, but I think that they're more likely to wallow in this kind of mud. The water is not the best for drinking right now, as you can see, full of mud. But even the buffalo are going to have to wait their turn. Wait until all this craziness is done. There's just a little calf straight in the middle of your screen that's flinging its little trunk around, trying to create as much movement with the water as the adults do. Unfortunately, it has to move its weight around a lot more than the adults to create the same kind of effect. This is lovely. Grab your coffee, your glass of water like I have, your tea, whatever it is, however you're enjoying Live at the Waterhole. It's your picnic at the Waterhole, so I invite you now to just settle in and enjoy these sounds and the sights, of course. Sometimes the cameras do their own thing. They have a mind of their own, but I think it's getting us to appreciate some of the non-mammal happenings here at the waterhole. We can look at the soil. You can see it's nice and red, iron oxide rich, but you also saw that there were little bits of growth, nice new growth coming along. But still, Medigwe hasn't had their first rains, but once they do, the bush will start to explode with vegetation. Buddy, you love the baby elephants. I mean, who doesn't? They are absolutely adorable, but they're also so playful and curious and a little bit silly as well. And it's not that they, choose to be silly. It's just that they've got to get used to their big bodies. They've got to figure out what are their wrists, what are their knees, their elbows, what does this trunk do? How can I gain most control over it? And that's when they look silliest, when they're just trying to investigate the limits of their own body. Look at this little one here, doing exactly that. Oh, yes, it is difficult to get up from a lying down position when you are a massive young elephant. Now, when elephants are born, at birth, they weigh about 100 kgs, 120 kgs. So if you imagine this one, that looks like it's about 1.5, maybe 2 years old. I mean, it's going to be about 200 to 300 kgs. That's a lot of weight to pick up off the ground. Hi, Shiloh. You'd like to know if the calves can grunt and trumpet in the way that we just heard? Can they do that yet? Yes, they can. Most of the time, when we hear those high-pitched um, trumpets and grunts, they're actually coming from calves. Adults tend to communicate in the best way to describe this is like a child's voice has quite a high pitch, and an adult's voice has a deeper temper to it. In the same way, with elephants, the adults communicate in a more mature sounding way, and you don't often hear them shout or shriek in that kind of way. Instead, they communicate infrasonically, which the calves can also do. So, those are with sound waves that are much lower than our hearing threshold, very low frequency. But adults can also trumpet, but the trumpet sounds a little different. It sounds mature. It's a difficult thing to describe. And also, adults don't trumpet often. Trumpeting is a sign of excitement, but remember that excitement can be both a positive and a negative thing. If you're being attacked, there is a level of excitement because your body is going through some excitement. But if you're happy, you're also excited. So when there's a change in the stress levels in the body, we call that excitement. But that change in stress can either be a positive or a negative thing. And when we hear screeches like that, like the one that you heard just before you sent through that question, Shiloh, those ones usually come from calves, particularly calves that want to suckle and are not allowed to suckle. It kind of sounds like that, although that one didn't sound exactly the same as the being denied the teat kind of sound. That sounded very much like calves that are playing and something went, yeah, somebody got injured or something like that. But those kinds of sounds we most often hear from calves, or not even very young calves, even older calves, like between a year and 5 or 6, you're going to hear that kind of shrieky shout.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
We've got a lovely herd of kudu here that have come down, and one of the bulls have some really impressive horns. They're not very thick, but they're quite wide. Yeah, he's just lifted up his head. Now, kudu herds can be mixed herds. Oftentimes, you'll just get female and their offspring. They don't have a rigid herd structure, but when there are males within the herd and it's a little bit mixed, because they kind of come together and then go away as well, and you get the bachelor herds and the breeding herds. But when they do come together, because they form not very strict herds, especially around a resource, you might see mixed herds coming together, but there will almost always be one bull that is most dominant. And just judging by the way that they look, that individual with the largest horn is probably the dominant bull. Hi Nala, thank you so much for joining us. You say you love how all the herbivores just kind of hang out together. At a waterhole, it's especially um, something that we see very often, and that's because it's a resource. So animals congregate around resources, and water is, of course, one of the most precious resources in nature. Even though many animals are water independent, it's still an incredibly precious resource. And just when we say that animals can be water independent, they still need water, they just get it in different ways. But at a water hole, like here at Okokuyo, seeing them all together, just kind of, minding their own business, is very nice. It's very peaceful. Oftentimes, when we're in the bush, um, so many antelope are on constant high alert because they've got to look out for predators. But at a water hole, when there's lots of eyes and ears around and everyone feels safe, kind of relaxes you as well. Hi, Singh. Thank you so much for joining us. You say this is so soothing. It really is. You can get pulled in to just watching and listening, even if we're not listening to the ways that animals are communicating, like with the elephants and trumpets and rumbles. Even if you're just listening to the subtle sounds of the movement of the water, of the birds, it is so soothing. That's what Live at the Waterhole is about. It's us being able to transport you to the waterhole. If we were sitting at a waterhole like this, I guarantee we would chat a little bit, but we would sit and listen.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Well, it was lovely and peaceful to spend time here at Okokoyo. The sounds are so gentle. But how about we head back over to Jamala and Madikwe Game Reserve, where the level of excitement and action is a little bit higher. Yes, it is still very, very busy. I mean, we had a look at the weather earlier, and it really is. It's so hot. There's no such thing as spring. Spring exists for just a few days, and then we're straight into summer, and the temperatures definitely reflect that. So these elephants are going to stay here for, as long as they can. If an elephant bull comes through, there is quite a tall elephant there. He might be a bull. It might disrupt things. Oh, look at this tiny, 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 that little one. Oh, that little one only looks a few months old. You are very tiny. I wonder how this little one is going to be enjoying the mud. Maybe it's its first visit to the mud. Let's keep an eye on that little one. I have to share something with you. Tadiwa, our director today, she said that this little one is using a mumbrella to protect it from the sun. You know how I love those. I am all for dad jokes. And puns, of course. There's a significant crossover between dad jokes and puns. It is so sweet watching this little elephant calf navigating the landscape with its mother, but also navigating the social relationships that are going on here. Can you see it? It was trying to avoid the elephant bull, but trying to stay right next to its mother, as its mother was trying to avoid other elephants for the safety of her calf. So much learning happening there.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about, from a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
This has been fantastic. So many amazing sounds that you can hear, and I'm hoping that you're able to detect what I was telling you about earlier. Kind of the what is the word? The pitch of those cries that we're hearing. You can almost hear that they're immature, that they're created by a young animal. That's the majority of the sounds we've been hearing, all created by calves. And things are extremely busy here at Jamala with elephants, but some more elephants have come down at Okokoyo, so let's go and spend some time with them. Elephants, elephants everywhere. This is the most elephants I've seen at Okokoyo. Oftentimes we see bulls come down. We do get breeding herds, but they also tend to kind of stay on the edges. But now everyone's in the dam, and we'll be able to hear them as they splash around. Oh, lovely. We've got some full body immersion there. Everyone's getting right into it. Now, if you remember the temperatures from earlier, I think it's about 40 degrees Celsius or about 38 degrees Celsius, 100 degrees Fahrenheit outside of Okokoyo today. So really, really, really hot. And as you can see, there's not too many spots of shade. So the elephants are going to get nice and wet, cool down as much as they can, and then they're going to go dust bathe. And that will just create that hard, muddy kind of casing around their bodies to secure any moisture between the wrinkles so that they can stay cooler for longer. Sanji, if you realize, oh, you reckon that the black rhino won't venture into the waterhole this afternoon. Let me tell you, there's not many things that will stop a black rhino. If the black rhino wants to come in here, the black rhino will come in here. Might be a little apprehensive, but I doubt that this breeding herd will stay around for too long. There isn't a lot of mud like there is at Jamala where they can sit and play and coat themselves. So they're going to wet themselves and then start to dust bathe around the area. But the black rhino, black rhinos out of all mammal species have the highest rate of mortal combat. So that's black rhinos killing other black rhinos. They can be very, very brutal. Nothing scares a black rhino. And recently I was at a reserve and I saw a black rhino, and he was not very close to us, and then he moved into the bushes and I was continuing to drive, and then I see that he's actually chasing us from a distance. Like, he's never going to close that gap, but he still is going to chase us. Black rhinos, they have a lot of energy and quite a temper.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Oh my goodness, all that swimming is just so exhausting. But I suppose if you're a little elephant, this is a very good way to get sand on yourself without having to expend too much energy in tossing it onto yourself. Just roll around in the sand. That youngish bull is causing a bit of trouble there. He's not very old, but they tend to be the bulls that have not yet learned the right way to approach a herd and how to conduct themselves in the best possible way. They kind of just come in and disrupt and be very forceful in trying to test females for if they're in estrus. The older bulls, they tend to be more gentle about it. There's an older bull just behind him, and he also reached out to the younger bull. I wonder if he was scolding him in a way, telling him to just take it easy.
Tja, die können so schön leben an dem, wenn genug Futter da. Ausruhen. Lange Wanderung. Ich sag grad, wenn es genug Futter geben würde, ne, hier drumherum, dann müssen die nicht so weit.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join James and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
Na gut, lässt sich das sammeln. Die hinten voll Zucker. Wahnsinn. Dann ist das schöner. Das ist morgen. Wenn die so laufen, ist das so schön. Gehen wir dahinter. Das ist eben sehr heiß. No, der hat schon. Den haben wir vorhin schon.
Elephants all around. We spent the majority of our time at Okokoyo and at Jamala, but it's time to welcome Africam on board so that we can have access to all their wonderful cameras. And that also means variation not only in the landscape and the countries that we visit, but also the biodiversity. So I'm super excited to welcome Africam and of course the waterholes. Oh yes, it's live at the Waterhole times WildEarth and Africam. So exciting, and we're at Africam Eldonyo Lodge in Kenya now, and we get to spend some time again with elephants, like we have been for the most of the morning, but also some giraffe. And more giraffe. Oh, this is awesome. I love this camera so much. A reminder again that we're live and interactive. You can send through questions and comments by heading over to our website and registering. Oh, look at the way they're standing in that symmetry. Love it. Small, medium, and tall. Now it looks like a three-headed giraffe. This camera has such clarity and color, but the sound is also exceptional. I always get very excited when we visit the Africam Eldonyo camp because there's just the potential for so much. It's always busy. There's always oryx, eland, baboons, giraffe, elephants that we see on a regular basis. But on top of that, we also see lions at this waterhole, we see cheetah, we see striped hyena at night. So there's just so much potential, and it just makes me very excited to come here. And a zebra, of course, we see lots of zebra. But to start us off, 5 giraffe and a nice big elephant bull. We see elephant bulls most often at the Eldonio Waterhole. We have seen breeding herds as well, but most often we see elephant bulls. Hi Dexter, I love this question. You say you've never seen a giraffe in person, and you'd like to know if their height is intimidating up close. They do, when they are very close to the vehicle, which doesn't happen often, I might add. Last time I was at Juma, there were a pair of very relaxed giraffe, and I did get the opportunity for them to come very close to the vehicle. They fed very, very close to the vehicle. And, I do have to crank my neck and look up to them, but they don't look intimidating. And I think that has to do with their face. Their faces don't look intimidating. But yes, the size is imposing, but the face is not very intimidating. Elephant bull, though, a really tall elephant bull, I mean, you can tell he's big from a distance, but if he comes close to the vehicle, he looks intimidating. Very, very intimidating. Comes right up to the vehicle. And also, elephant bulls are more curious than giraffes. He comes right up to the vehicle, and like in front of the bonnet, many an elephant bull has stood and lifted up their head, opened up their ears, and looked directly at you. That is very intimidating.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Wow, that sound was something. A whole lot of the guinea fowl quickly flew away when the giraffe tipped its head down to have a drink. Now, most of the areas where you have giraffes at a waterhole, they're very tentative, and the same here, they're still tentative. But ordinarily, they might wait until the other animal finishes drinking. And I think that this one was going to go in and, not really worry about the elephant bull, but the helmeted guinea fowl gave it a little bit of a fright. lovely dragonfly just flew right past the cam as well. I don't know about you, but I'm getting totally sucked in to the sounds of this elephant pool drinking. Elephants all around, but also some bird life. So let's head over to African Power Lodge back in Madikwe Game Reserve in South Africa. Spend a little time there. Oh, I see the elephants here at African Power Lodge are changing it up a little bit. Not just mud, but mud and grass. Great combination. Also got a great heron, some Egyptian geese. Looks like we have some coots as well. Everyone's just chilling. I like these patches of grass. I think it looks very comfortable, but also very tasty. The elephant on the left is showing us exactly why this is perfect. Not only is it comfy, and probably offers them a little bit of assistance when they're trying to get up from the lying down position as opposed to being just in the mud and slipping around, but also you can be nice and cool, mostly submerged in good mud, and you can have a snack like the one at the back is showing us.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
We are approaching the end of our time together, but Vian will join us in about 15 minutes or so. If you haven't heard his voice before, he was on yesterday. He's been a guide for a very long time, and he's got some really awesome insights. So what I love about Live at the Waterhole, and especially the fact that we have different guides taking you along for different parts of the day, or even, as we do different shifts, is that we offer different perspectives. And that's the wonderful thing about having different guides around, because we all know the information, but sometimes we deliver it differently and with our own styles and character. And I really like that, because I think that's how we learn best, is when we hear similar things but in different ways. Oh, this elephant is really full leg deep in the mud now. It's hard to imagine that they can move around with, somewhat ease. But they definitely do. Look at that. Oh! Did you see that front leg lifted up and just absolutely smashed that ground? That grass is now 2 meters deeper than it was. It's not going to see sunlight for some time. Just amazing. When you look at elephants out in the road and in the middle of the bush, you don't realize, obviously you can see they're big, but you don't realize the power until you see them pushing over a tree or stepping into the mud and everything just collapsing under their weight. That's lovely. You say, oh my word, these Illies enjoying the mud bathing is just so calming. It really is. If you haven't done any self care this Sunday, this should definitely be a prompt for you. Get your feet and your knees soaked in some mud, everybody. Maybe even your tusks. Look at the elephant on the left. His tusks have mud and little bits of vegetation hanging off of it. I think that's a sign of true fun being had in the mud here at Tal. We're right at the fence of Tal Lodge now. You might have seen it there just briefly. The elephants are very comfortable in this area, and you know the elephants are numerous. in Madikwe. They're all over the place. You really can't go an hour without seeing an elephant. That means they're particularly comfortable. And more than that, if there's good juicy vegetation near fence lines or camps, that's where they're going to go, particularly in the dry season where things are a little bit more scarce. Hi, yellow duck. You'd like to know if I've ever seen an elephant get stuck at a waterhole, or in the mud, rather. Not, no. I've seen young calves struggle. I've seen young calves kind of like topple in, but there's always an adult around to help them out. And our big elephant bulls that are probably, well, they're more likely to be alone, and if they do get into the water and get stuck and they're alone, that's obviously terrible, but that's very unlikely to happen. Elephants are so massive, but they're also very, it's not just the weight, they're also very thick, you know? So, and we've seen that they go over on their side. If you've ever watched survival videos, anything like that, if you're in quicksand, what you need to do is make yourself vertical, because that will allow you to have more surface area. So elephants, if they're stuck, and if you see them kind of half stuck, you know, they're not properly stuck, what they'll do is they'll lean over. So they'll lean their bodies over. So that creates more surface area that's in contact with the mud. That allows them to get out more easily. Now with young calves, there's a bit of a panic, and they need assistance from the adults. And they promptly do assist. elephants all around, doing different things, but essentially trying to do the same thing, trying to cool down, whether they're fully submerged in the mud, whether they're drinking like they were at the Oldonyo Waterhole, or rolling around, just trying to get their legs wet, whatever it is, all in an effort to cool down. We've had elephants here at Africam Tau, at Jamala and Midikwe Game Reserve too, at Ukukoyo and at Oldonyo, all of the camps we visited. And the first half of Live at the Waterhole has had elephants, and I think it's going to continue. But now it's time for me to say goodbye and to hand over to Vian, and I'm sure you're going to have a fantastic rest of Live at the Waterhole. Bye from me for now.
Hello and welcome everyone to Live at the Waterhole. I'm so happy to be here with you guys for the second half of the show. If any of you don't know me, don't worry, I am fairly new. I did my first show yesterday. My name is Vian and I'll be your host and naturalist for the day, and I'm extremely excited to see what the rest of the day has in store for us. I've heard from Trishala and the team that there's been a lot of elephant activity around and that kind of thing all over the show. So I'm sure that's going to continue on, and we'll just see what else we get to see throughout the rest of the afternoon. If you're new here, if you're maybe just joining us right now, just remember that this is a live and interactive experience. And I absolutely love answering your questions and just hearing from you guys. It really puts my mind at ease and calms my nerves a little bit, as I'm still fairly new to this. So please send those through my way and let's see what unfolds throughout the rest of the day. You can submit your questions and that kind of thing by registering on our website, and make sure you follow the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag WildEarth. But for now, grab a coffee, sit back, relax, and let's enjoy a little bit of Africa from wherever you guys are. I realized from hosting the show yesterday afternoon that elephant activity is quite prevalent with most of the watering holes that we get to explore as we jump between South Africa and Namibia and Kenya. And yeah, I found it quite challenging to talk about mostly elephants for 2 hours, trying to keep you guys entertained in what's unfolding in front of us. But I think today is going to be quite similar, with a whole lot of elephant activity, just caking in mud and cooling themselves down in the heat of the day. If I had to be an elephant, I'd probably pick the right-hand side of the screen, like this couple here that's just relaxing in the shade, got a bit of mud, a bit of shade. I guess that's probably the best spot out here at the moment. All right, I've just been informed of some flamingo action at Camphis Dam, so I think let's head on over there and see what they're up to. Wow, nice big group of flamingos. That's a lot of them around here. This is a very interesting conservation story in this part of South Africa, and I was quite excited to hear that that Africam has a camera that we get access to here at Camphis Dam. And there's been a lot of work over a couple of decades now to get this as a proclaimed protected area, specifically because it's such a popular breeding ground for these flamingos. If you look at these flamingos, you'll see most of these seem like greater flamingo. So here in these parts of Africa, we've got the two species. So we've got lesser flamingo and greater flamingo, which the names lesser and greater obviously just referring to the size of the flamingos. But a really easy way to differentiate between the two, because it can be quite tough to tell them apart if they're not standing right next to each other. But a good way to tell the difference between the two is if you get a nice close look at one on the head, you specifically see that it's got a very pale pink colored bill or beak with a dark black tip to the beak. So if you note these ones right in front of us here, that's a very good example of that. And also in general, the greater flamingos tend to be a lot lighter in color, almost more white than they really are pink. And your lesser flamingos, they'll have a much darker pink coloration all over. And the beak or the bill, which is one of the key identifying features, it's more of like a darker maroon pink with a very maroon tipped beak or bill. But yeah, most of these look like greater flamingo, but I'm sure there'll definitely be a whole bunch of lesser flamingos squeezed in here. And maybe see if we can find a couple. There you guys can see the nice beak color. Look at that nice pale pink color with a black tip to the beak. And I always find it so funny how you see them just standing on one leg. And it's actually quite a common thing for quite a lot of water-related bird species. But with flamingo specifically, I think that's where the whole mysticism around ballerinas come in with them, is them standing on the one leg. And that's basically them just kind of resting the leg and taking it easy. Some people believe that that's a way that how you can indicate whether or not it's left or right-handed, which leg it prefers to stand on most of the time. I'm not too sure how relevant that would be for a bird, but that's a good way to tell. And you can see these guys have probably been feeding most of the morning, so they're just now preening their feathers, cleaning themselves and making sure that they're all in good health.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
See the small little blackbird moving around in between the flamingos here. This is a red-knobbed coot, and they can actually be quite aggressive little birds for how small they are. I've seen them chase away geese and ducks, and especially if there's other coots in the area, they actually get quite territorial, so they're fun to watch. And good area for them to move around in between the flamingos as the flamingos churn up the mud and that kind of thing. They'll flush and chase up different smaller organisms that these coots will then dive down and feed on. Very common bird, but very, very cool to see as well. A bit tough to tell, but if you just look right in the center of the screen now, kind of in that big clump of flamingos, you'll see there's a few that seem a little bit more pink in color. And like I say, just look at that beak or that bill, you'll find one or two that's got a very dark or a darker colored beak or bill, and that's quite a good likelihood that that could be a lesser flamingo. A bit tough to say from this distance, but I would guess that some of those might be. And then on the far back right there, you'll see that those look a lot more gray in color, and they'll also have the dark colored beak. Those are just some immature or juvenile flamingo species. They still need to get their pink coloration. And I don't know if how many of you may know this, but the pink coloration comes from what they feed on. So flamingos are what we call filter feeders. And what would happen is if you look at these at the top of the screen now, swaying their head from side to side, what they would do is they'll keep the beak open just a little bit, and in between the edges of the beak, there are these fine little teeth or filaments that fit into one another that kind of creates a bit of a sieve. And what would happen is they'll sway their beak from side to side after picking up a beak full of mud or debris within the dam, and then they'll filter out all the water and the unnecessary bits, and what would be left over will be little crustaceans and that kind of thing. And often what would end up happening is the algae that they take in on with these crustaceans and small organisms, the more of that they get in, the more pink they will go in color. There we go. If you guys look right in the middle of the screen now, you'll see, look at that flamingo with its head all tucked in, and you can see a very deep, dark kind of pink or even a maroon color bill or beak. So that's the lesser flamingo. And you can see with it standing in amongst some of the taller, more white flamingos, the greater flamingos, there you can see the size difference. So yeah, and there's quite a few of them dotted all around the screen now. If you have a look at those beak colors, nice deep red or pink. Really cool to see both species together like this. Charlie and EJ, thank you for that question, wondering what the main predator is for flamingos. And that's a really good question because, as you'll see, most of them are standing a bit in the water here, within a couple of feet or a couple of centimeters of water. And one of the main reasons of that is, yes, it's a good food source. That's where they'll be feeding most of the time. But at the same time, it's also a mechanism of defense against predators. Now, most of the time, flamingos are mainly vulnerable when they're in their chick form or in their chick state, because for the flamingos, they would have to build a nest in a much shallower part of water. So they'll go to a section of water where it's literally just a few centimeters deep, and they build this little mound of mud, and that's where they lay the egg. And that's quite accessible or easily accessible for predators to get to. So often when they're that tiny, you'll have different kind of birds of prey that will fly around the area. There's been recorded incidences of stuff like African fish eagle even taking flamingo chicks and that kind of thing. And in some parts of Kenya and so on, where flamingos will also be breeding, if the water is shallow enough, there's quite interesting photos online of spotted hyena actually running into the water and grabbing flamingos. Because they're such large birds, it takes them a while to be able to fly, to take off. So similar to a plane, they need a bit of a runway. So they actually run a little bit and they start flapping the wings, and as they gain momentum, they gain height and they can take off entirely. So in that state, they're quite vulnerable, and you'll sometimes have stuff like a hyena chasing them down. If they're quite close to the water's edge, and if they're quite small, like the chicks or the very young, immature birds, you'll even have stuff like jackals and that kind of thing that would snatch them. But for the most part, as soon as they are adults and they are in the water like this, they tend to be quite safe. As I mentioned earlier, Camphor's Dam is quite a big conservation success story for us here in South Africa. And depending on the season and the breeding success rate of various flamingos, specifically the lesser flamingos, they're quite well known for using Camphor's Dam as a breeding ground. And depending on the season and how things go, there could be anything of between 20 to 50,000 flamingos, specifically lesser flamingos, breeding here at Camphor's Dam. But it usually hovers here around 20,000 individuals. So it's always amazing when you get to see these birds. And I've actually driven past this dam a couple of times doing some bird watching. And if you just drive from the road, the way that this dam is set out, it makes this big S kind of shape. And when there's that many flamingos, you just see this big carpet of pink and white S off into the distance. So it's quite a spectacle to behold. Earth Lover, thank you for that question. Wondering what the size of a newly hatched uh, flamingo chick is, and that's a really good question. They're only a couple of centimeters tall, as you could imagine. When they hatch, they already have fairly long legs and the long necks and that kind of thing. So I can't give you an exact size in centimeters, but I'd say anything from probably about 10 to 15 centimeters, if not a little bit bigger. I just love how whenever these flamingos stretch their legs or their wings rather, you just get these nice flashes of dark pink. And you can see them constantly stretching their legs and their wings, opening them up. So some of it might be a bit of a display to try and get other flamingos out of their little area that they're trying to feed in. But they'll also constantly just be stretching their legs and their wings just to keep them nice and limber in case they need to fly off for whatever reason. You can again see the size difference here. In the very center of the screen, walking off to the left now is the lesser flamingo. You can just see how much smaller they are and quite shorter compared to the larger, greater flamingo. Esmeralda, wondering why they stick to one spot for so long. That's a really good question, and it's a good observation. So you'll see a lot of these flamingos are actually kind of just resting at the moment. So, like right at the bottom of the screen here, you can see these bottom left of the screen, these three flamingos just tucking their heads into their wings. So they're just having a nap, having a bit of a relax after probably some really good feeding sessions in the morning. So they'll stick in one spot that long because they've already done feeding for most of the day or for the morning. And now they're kind of just tending to themselves, cleaning their feathers and having a bit of a relaxation or a bit of a snooze. So that's why you'll have them standing in one spot like that. As soon as they start getting active and they start feeding, you'll see them walking around a little bit more. But especially in large flocks of flamingos like this, because they're so close to each other, they don't often have to move too much around to feed either, because as they just trudging or stepping into the mud and that kind of thing, they bring up the mud underneath. And that just means that they can then use that mud or that soil to filter feed for little bits of food here and there. But I'd say for the most part at the moment, they're just relaxing a little.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Yorkie mom asking where and how flamingos sleep at night. Uh, good observation, a good question, I guess. As you can see, again, during the day, they'll spend most of their time in the water like this, and that's their main way of protecting themselves from predators. So at nighttime, they'll do exactly the same. So they'll congregate to the shallower bits, but more towards the center or as far as the water edges as they can. And they'll just sleep in the water like that. Like these flamingos, these three right in front of us now, just standing on one leg, head tucked away in the feathers, trying to get some cover from the wind and that kind of thing. It's where they'll be sleeping throughout the night. And we actually have quite a few bird species, especially these larger bird species that would do that, specifically stuff like our crane species, like South Africa's national bird, the blue crane. It's very common to find them in the evenings roosting or sleeping in the water like that, because they know that predators can't access them as easily as they would on land. And I find it very interesting. I sometimes do environmental impact assessments as well, specifically for birds, avifaunal assessments. And in some of the projects that we work on in winter, it'll be freezing cold. Before sunbreak, it'll be -7, -8 degrees Celsius, and when you get to one of these large lakes or dams, you'll find these cranes or these flamingos standing in that body of water. And I just think to myself that that must be so cold. I have no idea how they do that, how the blood circulation in the legs still functions, but that's the crazy thing about nature and about wildlife. They just have these amazing adaptations to survive, and over years and years and years, that's how they figured out is the best way for them to survive. All right, as we leave these guys to have a bit of a nap, I think we're gonna head over to Kwamaritane and see what we have around there. And some more birds. I am loving this, guys. I don't know about you, but it's great to spend some time with some really good birds. And for anybody who might not know what this is, these are Egyptian geese. And it seems like they have quite a few young ones around here, so they've obviously had quite a successful brood or nesting uh, nesting season for them. And it's quite an interesting bird species. They're highly adaptive to whatever environment you find them in. You'll find them very commonly in the cities on stuff like golf courses or any estates with big lawns or that kind of thing, and obviously in the bush like this. And very noisy birds, very alert, good alarm system in the bush. We often find when we spend time walking in the bush and we're trying to get close to a watering hole because we know of some elephants drinking there or some hippos in the watering hole, one of the very first things I try to look out for from a distance are these Egyptian geese, because they're extremely alert with their surroundings and they have this very loud hissing and quite frustratingly irritating call. And that would alert anything and everything in that area that there might be potential danger around or us humans coming close, which could definitely affect the sighting that we're trying to have here. Very interestingly with these guys, they don't too often build their own nests. They would build nests from time to time, but they like to be pirates, and any large nesting platform that they can find, they would often chase other birds away and confiscate or steal the nest, which is why I like to call them pirates. And if there are any eggs in that nest, they would first destroy the eggs of that species, and then they would lay their own eggs. And I've seen them confiscate nests from stuff like Verreaux's eagle owls, and they often sometimes even like to nest right on top of Hammerkop nests, which is huge nest structures. And that's quite interesting. It won't really affect the nesting for the Hammerkop because they make a chamber in the center of the nest and they'll still nest inside usually, whereas these Egyptian geese will just nest right on top of that large structure. And as I was mentioning earlier, doing some of these impact assessments that I do, we're recently working on a site where there's a lot of secretary bird nests, and an amazing bird species that's under quite a lot of threat when it comes to habitat reduction and that kind of thing. So we're doing everything we can to protect these very unique birds. And as we were investigating one of these nests, we found an Egyptian goose with 18 eggs on top of that nest. So obviously the Egyptian geese chased the secretary birds away and confiscated the nest, and they laid 18 eggs. I think that must be quite a feat to carry 18 eggs for quite a while before you can get rid of them. As with most birds, these Egyptian geese really like to pick nest sites that are quite high off the ground, and I've even seen nests that are up to 8, even 10 meters off the ground, which is extremely, extremely high. And obviously, when the little goslings are hatched, they can't fly and they can't wait around in the nest because mom and dad needs to get them to the water. So you will actually have them leaping out of the nest and onto the ground. So they'll fall that entire distance and smack into the ground. And it's quite something to witness. Usually they stunned a little bit and it takes them a while to find their little feet, but then usually they get off it fairly unscathed and trot off and follow mom and dad to the nearest body of water. But very, very protective over their young. I've been in a sighting before with some jackal coming down to the water for a drink, and a male and female Egyptian goose with about 6 or 8 chicks on the edge of the water. And as this jackal started trotting closer and closer down, these two geese would just open their wings up all the way to the side as much as they can, and they'll stand very upright, shaking their head up and down and side to side, viciously calling, making these dinosaur-like sounds, and and even walking towards the jackal to try and deter it and move it away from where the chicks were. So they're very protective parents. These young geese are already quite old, so I don't think they're going to be hanging around with mom and dad too long still. They'll leave the safety of mom and dad and go and find their own area to move around in. And they'll often congregate with other Egyptian geese, but for the most part, they'll kind of move around in pairs and little family groups. Thank you so much, Brian. I absolutely loved being on the show yesterday. And like I say, very excited for today. As I said, I was quite nervous yesterday, and about halfway through, luckily I started calming down a little bit and just immersed myself into this virtual experience, and I absolutely loved every second of it. And I'm very happy that we get to spend some time with a few birds as well. As I said, birds are my main passion, and I absolutely love birds and all things feathered. I don't know if you caught my comment yesterday, but I even said that an elephant grows feathers out of its tail instead of hair. So it shows you how much I like birds and how much I was on my nerves. So hopefully we get to see some really, really cool bird activity as I get to spend more time with you guys. think we'll leave these guys be as they swim off to the back end of the pond here and head on over to Oldonyo. I hear we've got some elephants and giraffes waiting to spend some time with us. Ah, perfect timing. As we get here, the giraffe leaves. That is great. Got some zebra walking through at the back there. Seems like they've already walked a bit into the water and the mud as their legs seem pretty muddy. Big elephant bull spending some time here around the watering hole.
Those sounds just go straight through you. I've actually had the privilege of visiting this Okukuyu watering hole in person quite a few times in the past. And as you guessed it, doing bird watching tours mainly. There's some really, really good birds here in the Tosha National Park. But it's always nice and relaxing to spend some time here. You can sit here right next to the watering hole, and throughout the day and even into the night, we've got some really interesting stuff coming in. Just spending some time at the watering hole and just enjoying some good life-giving water in this arid environment. Nice trickle of, seems like zebra coming in from the back right there, slowly making their way towards the water. And it's always so cool to see on a more arid landscape or open landscape like this, especially when animals are on a mission to get to the water. They just walk in this one long straight line, head down, kind of just on a mission to get to the water. And it'll be interesting to see that they're mostly kind of coming in straight there to where the rocky section are. If you look at where the elephants are standing, they don't enjoy the rocky sections too much. You'll note that this group on the right here, and even on the far side, it seems like it's quite a flat surface. Elephants are quite wary of walking on these rocky surfaces, and I think due to the pads under the feet being fairly soft and also just the weight that they have to carry, it's just easier for them walking on flatter surfaces, whereas the animals with the hooves and also much smaller feet, they can navigate their way through those rocks a lot easier and come in for a drink from there. And that way, there's no need for them to compete for a spot at the watering hole to have a drink. This young elephant chasing those Egyptian geese. He seems to be annoyed by them pretty as much as I tend to be. See the erect tail, ears wide, very vocal, just showing a little bit that he's not too happy. Why he's not happy with the Egyptian geese, I wouldn't know. Such a tiny bird compared to an elephant like that obviously means no threat to it. But I find often with these younger or smaller elephants, you'll often find them or see them just trying to show their dominance. Like to pick on things much smaller than them. It's actually quite funny to see, especially small calves or baby elephants chasing little flocks of guinea fowl around. It's something that happens fairly frequently as well. And I think it's just them practicing their dominance displays and just showing that they're this big, scary animal.
Lola, elephants have some very, very interesting attitudes. And it's always amazing to see the dynamics between the herd. As I mentioned yesterday, I don't know if you did join yesterday, but with them being such complex and intelligent creatures and some very complex social structures that they have, you'll often get different temperaments in between the different individuals, and it's often hard not to cast human emotions onto these animals, and always interesting to see the dynamics between them and the dynamics between them and other animals, especially the young ones. Like I say, that little guy chasing the Egyptian goose earlier. It's quite a common thing for them to be kind of showing their dominance a little bit towards other animals, especially ones that are smaller than them. And I don't know if you've maybe seen any videos of this online, but it's also actually quite common and funny to come across these little elephant calves that would walk right up to a safari vehicle, and they'll give it a bit of a mock charge, and they'll shake their head and their ears and trumpet a little bit. And it's the cutest little trumpet, and it's so funny to see you, because it's almost as if he's trying to show how big and strong he is, and the more he does it, the cuter he looks. And it's almost as if he senses you thinking he's only cute, and then he does it even more. And it's always so funny to witness, but he'll only do that when mom is nearby. And I've even had mom be like, no, stop doing that. Mom gives a big trumpet, and then he'll trot off back to mommy, and yeah, feeling like he's the victor. So yeah, they can be quite charismatic animals, all of them having their own individual personalities.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
You guys will see how those zebra are done drinking and now they're making their way out of the area out at the back of the watering hole. They're going out to carry on with their daily routine of feeding and doing what they do. That's a good example of elephant behavior around watering holes specifically compared to a lot of other mammal species or herbivore species where those animals, stuff like these springbuck or the zebra or so, will come in for a drink. They'll get their water, get their fill, have their drink, and then leave, go about their day. Whereas elephants tend to make it a bit more of a social thing. You'll often find that all these elephants in front of us here might not be from the same herd. It might be two separate herds or a few little family groups coming in. And it's a good time for them to get to know one another. And you'll often find them interacting with each other in different ways. Sometimes see some signs of aggression when there's big or older bulls around and little ones playing with each other. And they'll spend some time drinking water, playing in the water, and sparring with one another, like those two males at the left there now. And you'll often find that they stick around the watering hole for quite some time. And it's so interesting. It's often as if a switch just gets flipped, or the matriarch is just like, okay, let's go. And then they all just suddenly start moving off and out of the area. See these two having a good tussle with each other. This is a very important part of their development for these younger bulls, because at this size and at this age, uh, the fighting will mostly be as a or approached or seen as a playful way of doing things, and it's just a way for them to practice their fighting capabilities and sizing each other up and just practicing for when they're older and more getting to a more dominant kind of age where they would take on a larger or more dominant bull for breeding rights and that kind of thing. Ooh. That one seems to have scared off a little bit there. No, coming back for more. Momo, I was just about to say that I absolutely love betting on which one would win when you have them sparring like this for quite a while. And initially, I also thought the one on the right, as he pushed the slightly smaller one back into the water. But this smaller one is quite feisty and he's not letting down. So I'm in two minds here a little bit, but I want to put my money on the one on the left.
All right. Since we are observing some good elephant behavior, I think let's head on over to Jamala, see what the Ellies are doing over there. Oh, wow. Nice. Big group, just elephants all around, filling the screen left to right, all shapes and sizes, big and small. Jamala is always a lot of fun when it comes to the elephant activity around here. Oh, nice big boy coming in there. See that erect tail? So that's just a sign of a bit of agitation, maybe. I won't say really aggression, but especially here at Jamala, there where those ellies are congregating, that's where the water, the clean water, flows into the watering holes. So that's why they're trying to congregate there and trying to push one another aside to get clean water to drink. Ooh, a little bit of trumpeting. It's a good fight for water. So yeah, that bull coming in with his tail nice and erect, you can see he's quite a bit larger than all those ellies over there, and he's just trying to assert his dominance and throw his weight around and push to the front to get to some good clean water. Peace to ya. Yes, I think there's quite a few people that would want this right in their backyard. Definitely. And it's always exciting to have these guys around. But fortunately, we can experience this virtually. And I think you would need quite a big backyard to have this many elephants in your backyard. They drink a lot of water. They eat a lot of food. They make a big mess. So yeah, you'll have a lot of work on your hands to take care of these guys in your backyard compared to a puppy or two. For those who didn't join yesterday or may not have heard me talking about this yesterday, I grew up on a big 5 game reserve in the Limpopo province, and I was fortunate enough to have this pretty much as my big yard, but it wasn't always fun and games. I remember that often, especially the younger elephant bulls, they get pushed out of the herd and they trying to find their way in life. They would often end up close to our house, and we had this small little fence around our house just to keep most of the animals out. And we'd often have them break the fence and come right in, especially in the winter months, to come in for a drink of water that we would have in a little fountain in our yard. So always interesting, interesting behavior with these guys.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
I was listening to a podcast just the other day, specifically on to do with elephants and elephant behavior. And there's a group of scientists in, I think it is East Africa, trying to understand the language of elephants and trying to interpret the different trumpets and rumble sounds and growls. And so what they would do is they would record or listen to the various trumpets and sounds that they make, and then they'll assess the behavior of what the elephants are doing in that instance. And I think in general, and also for many years, whenever an elephant would trumpet, we as humans would associate that with aggression or irritation or that kind of thing. But they found that this isn't always the case. They would very often trumpet out of excitement, especially when they're coming down to water. They'll be trumpeting and being very vocal and very playful. So that was very interesting to learn, and a new way to look at things and the different trumpeting sounds that they make. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That seemed a little bit more aggressive. Big trumpet, tail erect, charging straight out of you there. Little bit of a aggressive or more of a dominance display there. Oh, look at that tiny little calf right at the feet there, trying to squeeze in for a drink. It's always so fascinating when you see these large group of 2 to 5 ton animals and they're just feet and walking around and tussling with one another, and somehow they manage to, okay, well, yeah, no, they're definitely a bit of a spiteful fight there for the water. Oh, yeah, okay. But as I was saying, I always just find it so fascinating how they don't step on the calves. The calves don't get injured. They somehow manage to get out of the way. Good on you, little guy. I'd also run out of there if I were you. Jayla, that's a good question. Trying to understand the difference between the trumpeting. Sorry, Jonah, between the different trumpets. Trying to differentiate between a friendly and an angry one. And as I was mentioning earlier, that I think it all has to do with their behavior. When you hear the trumpet and the sound and you register that, then it's also very important to look at the animal's behavior and see what is happening in the moment. Um, Often when you get to spend time with them, or especially on foot, you'll have the tail quite erect and their ears are forward, and they'll pick up the head, try and make themselves as big as possible. And with that trumpet bellowing, I personally would interpret that as a sign of a bit of an angry trumpet or a bit of aggression. But I think when they're trumpeting and they in a group like this and they're kind of just playing around, or the body language of the elephant seems to be fairly relaxed, I would say that that's a bit more of a happy or a friendly trumpet, if that makes sense. But it all comes down to what is the body language or the behavior of the elephant when it makes its different sounds. For anybody maybe joining us just now, Just a friendly reminder that this is a live and interactive experience, so please send through all your questions and your comments. I really, really enjoy chatting with you guys and seeing or hearing the different interesting questions that you guys have. So please go register on our website to submit your questions, and remember to follow the conversation on Twitter using hashtag WildEarth. Ooh, yeah. So I'd say that's a slightly more bullying kind of trumpet there, if that was the individual that trumpeted. Again, that big bull trying to hog all the water. Obviously, the water that's flowing from out of that pipe or that outlet is only coming at a certain speed or pace. So if there's too many of them trying to drink there, they're going to have to wait quite a while for some more water to come through. And I've actually witnessed on some a game reserve that I used to work at here in South Africa, we had a borehole or a well with a pipe that led straight down into the underwater table. And in the winter months, when water was quite scarce and the watering holes were quite low, we'd actually quite often come across a small breeding herd that learned that that's a good water source for them. So they'll actually walk right up to that pipe going straight down into the ground, and they'll stick their trunk as deep down into that pipe as possible and actually manage to drink water that way. So again, it just shows how intelligent these animals are, how complex they are, and just how resourceful they are. Shame this little guy trying to get in there between all the big guys for a drink of water. Oliver, wondering whether elephants sometimes blow bubbles for fun. If I was an elephant and I had a trunk like that, I would do that all the time. I was actually thinking about it yesterday when we had some elephants playing around one of the watering holes, and the trunk was kind of just resting in the water. I was hoping he would blow some bubbles. And I think maybe some of the younger ones, as they're learning to use their trunk and getting to know how to use the trunk, it might happen. But I think with these larger elephants, maybe I'm not too sure. I personally haven't seen it. I know in some parts of Africa, when you have elephants trying to get to a good water source, or they lack minerals, specifically minerals. There's a I forget now where exactly in Africa this is, but there's a herd of forest elephants that would go to an area that over a couple of thousand years, this is what they've been doing. And what they do is they go to that water source, and this water source, instead of being like a big watering hole, it's a bit more of a floodplain. And there's all these like wells or these big round holes that they would walk up to, and they'll even go down onto their knees and they'll put their trunk as deep down as possible into that water source, and they'll actually blow. And it's the coolest thing to see. They create this big wave of water and all these bubbles coming up. And what they doing there is they dislodging some of these vital minerals that's low down in this water source, and then they drink up that water and consume those minerals and try and keep themselves healthy. But from a playful perspective, I haven't seen that personally, but I would like to think that they do, because like I say, if I was an elephant, I definitely would do that. Probably more than I should. Those elephants that I was talking about that do that, it's a herd of forest elephants in Gabon. So I'm sure if you go Google forest elephants blowing bubbles in Gabon, I'm sure that you would get some good video footage of that and witness that. It's quite a treat. If you look just over the back of the elephants, right in the center of the screen, seems like there's a troop of baboons just sitting in the shade. Oh, now there's big guys blocking our view. Thank you. But just sitting in the shade, waiting and relaxing. I'm sure they're probably waiting for a bit of a drink as well. But considering how big these elephants are and how much they moving around, they don't want to get caught in the middle of all of that. So they'll probably just wait for these ellies to move off and then come down for a drink. Alana, yes, exactly. Just moving through, nothing to see here. We're not here. Don't pay any attention to us. We'll just wait. That's another species of animal that I find extremely interesting and also such complex social structure, extremely intelligent. So it's actually quite interesting seeing both of these animal species, being the elephant and the baboon, together. I often, when I'm on safari, if we come across a troop of baboons, I just love stopping, switching off the vehicle, and just observing them. Little ones playing all around, climbing all over their moms, or a very fun game that they like to play is climbing up into a tree and just leaping out of the tree, almost as if to show one another that they can climb higher and higher and they're more brave than the others. So yeah, always a lot of fun to see them. Ooh, it's a bit of a big trumpet over there. But yeah, I'd say when it comes to herd animals, my two absolute favorites to spend time with and just observe are definitely elephants and baboons. So charismatic. It's as if they all have their own individual personalities. It's always a lot of fun with them. See this little guy in front of us trying to have a drink. quite interesting. He's already a bit older, so drinking milk isn't something that he would do too often. I think, as with a lot of mammal species, you'll often find the young ones trying to drink as possible or try their luck as frequently as possible. But this little guy would already be eating leaves and twigs and grass and shrubs and that kind of thing. And sometimes they'll substitute the diet a little bit with some milk. But yeah, he's having a good drink over there.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Looking at these baboons, it makes me think of a very old trick that the Khoisan or the Bushmen would do way back in the day, where if water is quite scarce and they're struggling to find water, or they being nomadic, moving into certain areas, not entirely knowing where water might be, especially in the, I guess in the more dry months in winter, what they would sometimes try and do is try and trap a baboon, which I know sounds pretty bad, but they would trap it and then give it some salts and that kind of thing to let it get quite thirsty, and they'd let it go, and that baboon would run extremely quickly and as quick as it can, or have a straight beeline for some water, and then these people, these bushmen, would follow the baboon, and that was a very effective way for them to find water in an area where water was either scarce or where they didn't know where water might be. I don't think we'll see anybody following these baboons to this water source, but yeah, it was just a good little story that I remember. Marula Shortcake, first of all, I really like your username. um, yes, using vibrations to communicate, but why do they also trumpet? That's an interesting thought, and the reason for that would be because they, especially in their feet, and you can see this female with her trunk on the ground. I think right now she's just resting it, but with the sense, the nerves that they have in the trunks and how soft their feet are and how sensitive their feet are, they can feel these vibrations in the ground over quite a long distance. So often that could be a very silent way of communicating, or the most efficient way of communicating, when trumpeting won't be quite relevant. And again, it's they'll also use a series of rumbles and that kind of thing at a decibel much lower in tone that we can pick up with a human ear. So I think trumpeting and that kind of thing is often for more immediate communication and showing of emotions and that kind of thing. And then they'll use the vibrations for long distance communication and yeah, just a series of different ways. It's much like how we would converse or talk to someone sitting right next to us, but we'll use our phone and have a phone call over the phone for someone that's much further away than we are. I don't know if you guys can see on the left side of the screen there, every now and then, there we go, there's a little black bird that keeps popping in and out of view. Just keep an eye out. He's flying quite low and it seems to be a little bit behind the elephants over the muddy section of the watering hole. But that little blackbird is called a fork-tailed drongo, and it's actually quite a common bird species to find with elephants. They also follow around other large mammals, but the reason for them being there is as these large animals move through the bush, or as they stir up grasshoppers and insects and stuff around the watering hole here, that bird will swoop down, come in, and feed on whatever insects gets flushed. So it's quite an effective way of hunting. They don't have to go search for food or work extremely hard to find food. So they'll often just be following elephants or large other mammals. It's quite interesting. I haven't seen drongos kind of emit this kind of behavior over a watering hole as much. It's quite common when elephants or herds of elephants are moving through the bush, because obviously there'll be a lot of insects around there, but maybe around the watering hole, yeah, there'll be quite a bit of grasshoppers and butterflies and that kind of thing that the drongo will swoop down and come and get. Giselle, thank you. Yeah, as I say, I'm always on the lookout for birds. It's so funny. It's that typical situation of where you might be sitting in a nice lion sighting or a leopard in a tree, and often my binoculars will be in the opposite direction or looking past the leopard in the tree, scanning around for birds. I still love leopards and lions and these elephants and all these amazing creatures and their behavior, but I think birding for the last 17, 18 years now, my brain is just in tune for anything feathered and fluttering and moving quickly through the bush. Gur asking if there's a pecking order with elephants at the watering hole. I think it will quite depend on the structure of the herd that's there at the moment and the family structure. You'll often find, especially in these drier seasons where they have to track a lot further for water, they can get quite antsy or very excited when they get close to water. And I think in general, when they find an area where there's enough water to go around, most members of the herd will get time to drink at the watering hole at the same time. For example, like at that Okukwiyu watering hole in Namibia. But in a smaller spot like this, like we've been observing, you'll definitely see a bit of dynamics where the larger members will push one another around and the little ones will have to fight a little bit more or wait their turn a little bit more. And I think as a herd structure as a whole, the females and the little ones might be a bit less picky, but with the larger bulls, because they're so big and they can throw their weight around, they might do that a little bit to try and get to the water first.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join James and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
All these Ellies seem to have just relaxed a little bit and yeah, just standing, doing nothing, just staring, wondering what they're contemplating about life. Nice cute little guy coming in from the left there. Purple Jupiter, it definitely is. It's always so therapeutic just observing wildlife in their natural environment and just doing what they're doing, especially with elephants. I find that they just have this presence about them. They just assert this dominance, and I think it's obviously to do with their big size, but again, just their intelligence and how they go about their daily business. And again, I just love the fact that we get to sit here and observe their behavior, and through the hustle and bustle of our lives, doing what we do at home and work and school and all those things, we can spend some time on a Sunday afternoon and just put on some Wild Earth and just sit back and relax and enjoy what's unfolding in front of us. There's one kicking the little one behind him. Yeah, it's always good. And I think it's really good for the soul. It's very necessary to be connected to nature. And I know we don't always have the opportunity to physically be out in the bush or go on a safari and be with stuff like elephants, but yeah, going out for a nice hike and just sitting in nature and observing whatever animals are in front of us. It's always good for the soul, and I think it just reconnects us to what's important. Rika, definitely. It's always great being able to put things into perspective, and it's great to be able to share this live and be able to see this from anywhere you are in the world. And as I was saying just now about just being nice and relaxed and observing nature and being connected to nature, being able to do this live and virtually through a screen, it's just amazing how technology has advanced and it's given us that ability. So even if you don't get to be in Africa and be on a safari, you can still sit and enjoy Africa and still find that connection with wildlife. And like you say, just put things in perspective. I find the more we get busy with our day-to-day business and doing what we do, we can often get so disconnected with what's important in life, and the fact that this beautiful planet that we share with these amazing creatures, it's so important, and it's what we need. It's what we need them, they need us. We probably need them more than they need us. But yeah, it definitely does put things into perspective. You're right. Quite a few of trumpets and bellows going on there as they keep tussling with one another to get to that precious clean water. Can see this big guy in the middle here decided that cooling down was the order of the day, being nice and wet from head to toe. Now, after cooling down, having a good drink. And yeah, I like to see if you look at some of these younger ones after they've walked through the water, you can see that they're only wet up to a certain point, and it always looks like the elephant is loading. It's buffering until it's a full elephant again. You can see the baboons having a bit of a run around at the back there, and some of the younger ones climbing into the trees fairly suddenly. I During the COVID period, I had the privilege of working with baboon troops in the Cape Town, all over the peninsula, and following them and tracking them in the mountains and that kind of thing. And as these little guys were jumping in the tree, now you could see there was a older male, but definitely not one of the dominant males running around and chasing them. And that's again just an example of their extremely complex social structure, having different dominant males throughout the group and that kind of thing. And sometimes I feel like these teenage males just want to cause a bit of trouble, and they just start chasing members from the troop all around. These Ellies are very vocal today. Very vocal. It's a lot of fun to listen to. I'm sure as some of you are looking at this, you'll note that there's quite a bit of an embankment with this watering hole. So the elephants standing here in front of us, they're quite high, and there where the muddy section of the watering hole is, it's like a sudden drop off to that muddy section. And I think it's just you can see these elephants coming in from the left of the screen. They hugging this embankment and trying to get to where this water is flowing into the watering hole. And so I think over time, obviously they've just stepped it down and churned it into mud, and it's definitely deepened the watering hole. And that's a good example of how watering holes in the wild will actually start or begin. You'll often have a puddle of water. Ooh, big guy throwing his weight around here a little bit. But you'll often have these puddles of water after some good rains falling. And if it's in a good muddy soil type area, you'll have some warthogs rolling around in that mud, and they slowly make it a bit bigger and churn up the mud. Okay, that is definitely a bit of agitation, I would say. Fighting for the water still. But as I was saying, these warthogs would churn up the mud and kind of make that puddle a bit bigger. And then after that, you'll have something like a buffalo or a rhino coming in and also making it yet again much bigger and making it more muddy. And over time, that's how these watering holes would naturally form in an area where there's no streams flowing or that kind of thing. And I think this embankment is just a good example of how these watering holes can just get bigger and bigger over time. This guy giving us a show. Thank you for that.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Sorry about that, guys. Camera freezing up there a little bit at Jamala, but welcome back to Oldonyo. Look at this big guy. He's having a good splash around. He probably arrived here fairly recently, cooling himself down first of all, getting some water behind the ears to cool down those ears, which in turn will cool down the rest of the body as the blood pumps through his system. Having a good drink there. Ah, this is such a magnificent angle. We'll see how his right hand tusk is broken off halfway, not forming a beautiful tip anymore. And that could be due to fighting, or maybe earlier days him trying to push over a tree or that kind of thing. But good chance that it was in a fight with a big bull, and that tusk breaks off. That's where the growth kind of stops. From the bottom, the tusk will keep pushing out as he still gets older and carries on with his life, but it won't form that nice tip that the tusks usually do if you strong and healthy tusk. This guy has beautiful, beautiful tusks. It's really nice to see large tusks like this, and historically they would have gotten a lot bigger depending on the age of this guy. If you look at the forehead, there's pigmentations in his skull. I'd say he's already quite a bit up there in age, with them living anything from 50 years or so on average. He might be around close to 30 or so. It's a bit difficult, but yeah, definitely a good set of tusks on this guy. It's very, very nice to see. Elephant tusks in general have been a big conversation of late. People or scientists talking of elephants not growing these big, large tusks anymore due to the severe poaching that they've had over years and years. A lot of people claim that it's an adaptation, that they know if they stop growing tusks, and it's always very interesting to hear people's different thoughts and see what they come up with. I personally understand the genetics side. Me personally, I think what it comes down to is because of the large tusk genetics that have been poached out over the years, those genetics just aren't being carried over. And unfortunately, we've got less and less elephants with very large tusks in Africa. And whether or not that's an actual adaptation because they know they're safer without tusks, a lack of big tusk genetics over time, it always fascinates me when that conversation comes up. Some giraffe coming in for a good drink, slowly making their way in. They're quite wary when they come into to drink at a watering hole giraffe, because look at behavior, you look at the eyes and the ear fixated forward, looking, focusing, just making sure that it's safe to come in. They can be quite vulnerable when they drink because they have to splay the legs very wide. The legs and the torso just means that it's longer than the neck of the giraffe. So they have to either splay the legs or go down and bend the legs a bit for them to be able to get low enough to drink. And that puts them in a fairly vulnerable state. If there are any predators around and they see that opportunity, it could be a second of the giraffe being down and not focused could mean that a predator has an opportunity to take it down. So it's very common for giraffe to slowly make their way in, have a couple of steps, stop, look around. They'll often even stop right at the water's edge and first look around. It almost looks like as if he's looking if the water. And then eventually when they feel comfortable, go low down, good drink. Right, I think let's hit our lodge. Some more bird action right in the last 10 minutes here. I'm very excited to see some birds. So for those of you who don't know what this is a gray heron. So one of our main bird species associated with or water areas. You can see this guy is in beautiful breeding colors with those feathers coming straight down the chest, drooping down. He's got a bit of a crest on the back with those feathers coming down the back. And he'll just be rolling through, poking in the mud, looking for anything to feed on. I think in this it's very like frogs or smaller organisms like worms or that kind of thing. And they're very, very fascinating birds to watch. It's a very overlooked species, especially with people that really get into bird watching and keeping lists of birds and trying to see as many birds as possible. Often when people have been bird watching for a couple of years, there's a grey hair on looking for other things. But if you spend some time with them and you observe their behavior, you really get to see some really with them.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
Preening and cleaning himself a little bit. It's very, very, very important for birds to keep the structure very, very healthy. It aids them in flight, and with this individual kind of being in his breed helps a lot with just looking healthy, so it helps with natural selection. He'll have a better chance at sticking a lady. So they'll spend hours and hours during the day busy preening and cleaning themselves in between and flying to different areas. For that, yes, definitely full circle. I'm sure, as most of you know by now, and I've said it many times, I absolutely love birds. So starting with some good birds and ending off with some good birds. This is my kind of live at the water. I absolutely love and enjoy. It's been a great time. I've had a really good time with you guys, and time has just flown so quickly. Definitely feeling a bit relaxed today. So it feels like time has gone by way too quickly compared to yesterday. It felt like it just kept dragging out, even though I had still good fun. But yeah, definitely more relaxed, and I've been loving them today. So thank you so much for all your comments and your questions. And there's been some really, really good questions today. So I really appreciate all the support. Thank you to all of you. Well, we've had a lot of elephant interaction, definitely behavior among some birds and various different little things here and there. So like I say, I really did enjoy it, and hope to see you guys soon. Stay around for the sunset safari. I'll see you guys soon.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.